Good afternoon, delegates. Please take your seats and we begin. Distinguished delegates, we have reached the final day of our resumed third meeting of the open-ended working group on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, which marks the final day of day 2 of intense weeks of negotiations across the 3 bodies that have been here in Geneva. As you know, we had originally planned to hold 2 group plenary sessions today, but in the interest of advancing the negotiations on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, the Bureau and the Secretariat, we thought it would be better to hold a contact group meeting to discuss targets that had as yet not been discussed here in Geneva. Therefore, delegates, we need to use the remaining time as efficiently as possible, and we'll try to cover all outstanding agenda items before us during this last plenary session. We will hear a report back from the contact groups 1 to 4 and agenda item 4 on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. We will then conduct a review of the document CBD-Live/WG2020-3/CRP2 entitled Preparation of the Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework under Agenda Item 4. We will then hear a report back from Contact Group 5 and Agenda Item 5. Subsequently, we will review document CBD-WG2020-3/CRP1 Rev 1 entitled Digital Sequence Information on Genetic Resources under this agenda item. We will then turn to consider other matters under item 6, including a review of document CBD-WG2020-3/CRP3 entitled Preparation of the Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, 4th meeting of the working group. Dear delegates, after this, we will take a short break to allow the documents to be processed to become L documents. We will then adopt the L documents, followed by the adoption of the meeting report under item 7, and finally, we will hear closing statements under item 8. Before we begin, let me invite the Secretariat to provide us with some logistical information for the meeting. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. As requested by the Bureau, I would like to remind delegates to always wear their masks. Unfortunately, COVID is still with us, and we must continue to take the necessary precautions and follow the required health and safety measures. I would also like to remind delegates that the proceedings of our plenary sessions today can be followed online using the virtual platform Interactio in viewer mode by all registered delegates. Access is provided via the meeting calendar using the credentials provided with your priority pass. Finally, another reminder, when the chair gives you the floor, speak close to the microphone, slowly and clearly, so that our dedicated team of interpreters can provide a clear translation. Some observer delegates who request the floor may not be identified by their organization name. In this case, when your microphone is on, please be sure to identify your organization before commencing your intervention. We would kindly like to remind observers speaking on behalf of major groups to be seated at the correct microphone of their major group to take the floor. Statements from regions will be limited to 6 minutes and major groups to 3 minutes. As you know by now, a clock is provided on the screen to help you to manage your time. But please do not speed up your reading. Rather, when speaking, please pause between sentences to make it easier for interpreters and all delegates to follow you. For statements made in plenary, delegates are requested to upload their statements using the online application on the meeting page. It greatly facilitates the work of the interpreters if you can upload your statements in advance of delivery. However, they will only be posted on the website after delivery. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. Dear delegates, we will now turn our attention to the first item for today. And I now give the floor to my co-chair, Basil. Basil, you have the floor.
Thank you, and dear delegates, first I'll apologize for my coughing. I'm on the tail end of a common cold. Distinguished delegates, we will now commence our review of the outcome of the contact group 1 to 4 under agenda item 4 on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. To begin, we would like to invite the co-leads of the 4 contact groups under this item to briefly report back to us on their progress. Let us start by contact group 1 on the goals, milestone, and section A to E of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. This group has been chaired by the co-leads, Mr. Norbert Berlecher of Switzerland and Mr. Vinod Mathur of India. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Norbert Berlecher of Switzerland. Norbert, you have the floor.
Thank you, co-chairs. You took me by surprise because I was not aware that I should report, and my co-lead left already, so I would have to improvise to a certain extent. Unfortunately, as I said, I don't have a report that I can read, but everybody who was attending the contact group 1 was quite happy about the good mood we had. We had a very collaborative mood in the debates. We had a frank exchange, and we were tackling all the scope that we had. Of course, we were not able to come to clean text, but we had a fruitful discussion on the goals from A, B, C to D. We also had at the last meeting a discussion on the missions and asked parties for their view on how we could formulate the mission. We also talked about this newly introduced section B bis with some of the ways or the principles how we could should understand our way of tackling the scope of work that we have, some principles for the implementation. We invited parties to send us additional elements that we would like to have reflected in this section B bis. And I have just been informed that also at the contact group 2, who had a discussion this morning, that they would like also to have additional elements contained in this section B bis. So we'll still have to work there, but I'm confident that together with my co-lead, we can discuss if we can see ways forward, helping the debate when we resume in Nairobi, and hopefully then be able to build on consensus for this important first part of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Norbert. Next, we would like to hear back from Contact Group 2 on target 1 to 8 on reducing threats for biodiversity. This group has been chaired by the co-lead, Ms. Teona Karchava of Georgia and Ms. Rosemary Patterson of New Zealand. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Teona Karchava of Georgia. Teona, you have the floor.
And thank you, Chair. So Contact Group 2, which I had the pleasure of co-leading with Rosemary Patterson of New Zealand, was tasked with addressing targets 1 to 8 of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. This contact group met on the afternoon, 15 March, 19 March, and 29 March, and we also met this morning. The contact group addressed the targets in the order outlined in the guidance note provided prior to the meeting. At its first and second sessions, the contact group addressed targets 4, 5, and 6 individually, and then targets 1, 2, and 3 together, and targets 7 and 8 together. The first round of interventions on targets 4, 5, and 6 were heard in the first session of the contact group, and the non-paper was provided on the basis of these discussions. At its second session, the contact group considered targets 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8, and began consideration of the non-paper on targets 4, 5, and 6. Following the second session, a non-paper was produced that integrated the previously published non-paper on targets 4, 5, 6 with proposals for targets 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8, which were developed based on the discussions at the second session. At its third session, the contact group continued consideration of target 4, followed by 5, 6, and 1, in line with the order reflected in the guidance note. At its fourth session today, the contact group continued consideration of target 1 and completed targets 2 and 3. And due to the limited time, we were not able to complete the work or even start targets 7 and 8 from the non-paper. Like reflecting from the contact group 1, indeed, I agree that it is really important to advance the work of the contact group 1 because it will have really a big impact on further discussions on targets. And finally, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the parties who took part in the work of the contact group, and also a very special thanks to the Secretariat staff for their kind support. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiona. Next, we would like to request a report back from the contact group 3 on target 9 to 13, nature contribution to people. This group has been chaired by the co-lead, Ms. Gabrielle Obermeier of Austria and Ms. Gillian Guthrie of Jamaica. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Gabrielle Obermeier of Austria. Gabrielle, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to present to you on behalf of my colleague, Gillian Guthrie from Jamaica, a report on the proceedings of Contact Group 3, which was tasked with targets 9 to 13. The Contact Group met 3 times on the 16th, the 21st, and 26th of March. At its first session, the Contact Group, using a set of questions prepared by the co-leads, discussed each target and provided clear and concise input to support the preparation of a non-paper. Based on the deliberations and with the support of the Secretariat, we produced a non-paper that was posted on the 18th of March. At its second session, the contact group, using the non-paper as a basis for discussions, considered the targets in numerical order. Inputs were received on targets 9 and 10, leading to composite text of both. A small group was established to continue working on target 10 to propose alternative text. At its third and final meeting, the contact group accepted the alternative text prepared by the informal group as a basis for further deliberations on target 10 with the entire target in brackets, and requested that in our report we recognize that there are still some elements that some parties would like to include that were not addressed, including how to make the target more measurable. The contact group proceeded to consider the non-paper formulations for targets 11, 12, and 13. For each round of interventions and textual proposals, we took the inputs and reformulated the targets, putting forth a new proposal for consideration. Parties were asked whether they could accept this text as the basis for further deliberations, which they did after a few more additions and brackets. The contact group was able to complete its work on targets 9 to 13, producing amended text for each target reflecting the discussions during the sessions. However, we ran out of time to discuss our proposal on target 13 bis. Indeed, the co-lead's paragraph on 13 bis was included in response to parties' wish to have a more than one target to fully reflect in a balanced way issues related to access and benefit sharing in the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. In this regard, we have collected some inputs for 13 bis from parties and observers, as well as a proposal for a 13 ter, which we have reflected in the plenary's consideration in CRP2 and will be included as well in the co-lead's report. In conclusion, my co-lead and I would like to thank all the delegations that participated in Contact Group 3 and in the small informal group for their constructive discussions and the great spirit of cooperation demonstrated throughout our deliberations. I would also like to thank the Secretariat staff who prepared the documentation and supported our deliberation in an outstanding way. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the technicians and other support teams that worked behind the scenes to facilitate our work. With your support, we have advanced the discussions on these targets, which relate to nature's benefits to people, within the limited available time and have taken another important positive step forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabrielle. And next, we would like to request a report back from the Contact Group 4 on target 14 to 21 on tools and solution and section H to K. This group has been chaired by the co-leads Mr. Jorge Murillo of Colombia and Ms. Ann Teller of the European Union. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Jorge Murillo of Colombia, but before doing so, I'd like to remind the speaker to speak slowly to enable the interpreters to do their job. Jorge, the floor is yours. Technician, could you please give the floor to Colombia?
Thank you, Chair. I was taking my time. Contact Group 4, which I have the honor of co-leading with Ann Teller, was mandated to address target 14 to 21 and sections H to K of the draft post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. The contact group met on 3 occasions, on 17th March, 22 March, and 26th March, respectively. The contact group addressed the targets in the order outlined in the guidance note provided prior to the meeting. During the first session, my colleague and I asked parties for their views on a number of issues related to targets 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, and 21, which, coupled with submissions and contributions received during the first part of the contact group 4, that took place in August, provided clear and concise inputs that facilitated the preparation of a non-paper, which was used as the basis for text negotiations. During the second session of the contact group, my colleague and I initiated the meeting asking for parties' views on key issues related to Target 17 that provided inputs for a non-paper that would be the basis for further discussion. The contact group then moved on to negotiating the non-paper proposals for Target 14 and 15. At its third session, Contact Group 4 considered non-papers proposal for Target 16, 17, 18, and 19.1 and 19.2. Due to limited time, however, the contact group was unfortunately unable to complete the work on targets 20 and 21, as well as on the proposed new targets 14Bs and 22. Sections H to K remain as a placeholder based on draft 1. Dear colleagues, there is a lot of work to be done. Intersessional work will be key to advance on building trust and mutual understanding on contentious issues related to the targets under the section of this contact group. Although we were not able to clean the text, now the paragraphs belong completely to the parties. And it is on parties to decide what to do, what they want these brackets to become at COP15. Although time is constraining, my colleague and I are convinced that with a renewed sense of cooperation and solidarity, and making the best use of intersessional work, we still have the opportunity to deliver the global biodiversity framework we all need. We invite you to find the solutions to divergent views, not in the spirit of compromise, but in the spirit of the well-being and life of all people and beings of the planet. I take this opportunity to thank the co-chairs for their leadership. You needed to adapt your plan, and you adapted. To the Secretariat for their high-quality support throughout the whole process, and to the observers for their understanding during the sessions, given the challenging circumstances to provide everyone with a chance to take the floor. Thank you very much, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Georgie. My co-chair and I would like to thank the co-leads under all 4 contact groups for their report and their hard work in facilitating the session during these past 2 weeks. We've seen tremendous progress in moving the co-chair draft to one that is now truly party-led. And we would like to thank the co-leads and parties for their long nights and for advancing this work toward the adoption of the frameworks in Kunming. We will remember this moment in Geneva as a step toward a successful agreement in China later this year. We have liked to see more progress on some area, but we understand that time is limited and we got as far as we could during this meeting. That said, as previously remarked during our joint stocktake plenary last week, both Francis and I tremendously appreciate the spirit of goodwill and cooperation that we have experienced here in our working group meeting, despite the circumstances. We think delegates have done a tremendous effort to advance our work as much as possible, and we have managed to build a solid foundation for the road ahead. Distinguished delegates, we would like to begin our review of CRP under agenda item 4. We have before us under this item document CBD/Working Group 2020/3/CRP2 entitled Preparation of the Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework for your consideration and approval. The new draft text of the mission, goals, and target of the Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, as negotiated during the working group meeting, has been annexed to the draft recommendation under agenda item 4 contained in CBD Working Group 2020-3 CRP2. As you know, Contact Group 2 met this morning, and as we have not been able to integrate the outcome of their meeting in the CRP you have before you, an addendum to the CRP has been prepared, which is available online, that will be integrated into the LDoc that will be issued for adoption. This text contained in the annex of CBD Working Group 2020-3 CRP2 will be the basis of the negotiation going forward. Work on other sections that were discussed here in Geneva and have not been resulted in negotiated text have been annexed to the CRP. For the element of the draft framework not addressed during our third meeting, the text of the first draft remained the basis for negotiation. Now, Secretariat, do you have any editorial comments that should be made, please?
Thank you, Co-Chair. It has been brought to our attention that targets 9 to 12 in the annex to CBD WG2020-3 CRP2 were inadvertently bracketed, and we will correct this when we prepare the document. We will also harmonize the approach across the outcomes from the contact groups when the LDoc is prepared. Also, we will clarify in the chapeau of the annex annex of this document, that for the elements of the draft framework that were not addressed during this meeting, the text of the first draft will remain the basis for negotiation as just read out by the co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. We would like to ask if there is any comments on CRP2 or if it can be approved as it currently stands. I see several requests for the floor. Je vais commencer par donner la parole au Gabon. Le Gabon.
I'll start by giving the floor to Gabon. Gabon, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
The request of the Presidency of the African region, our distinguished colleagues from Senegal, has the honor of delivering the statement on behalf of a like-minded group of developing countries on biodiversity and development, including the African Group, Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Guatemala, India, Pakistan, and Venezuela. We wish to make this statement for the record and would like to request that this be placed in the record of the meeting. Dear co-chairs, our countries are repositories of most of the biological diversity of the world that we are committed to conserve and sustainably use as part of our compliance with the Convention on Biological Diversity. We take this responsibility and privilege seriously. We are deeply conscious of the importance of ensuring that through our work here at the CBD, we need to conclude and put in motion the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework as an ambitious, balanced, and pragmatic package that fully integrates ambition for biodiversity, the outcomes we want, and the means of implementation for doing so. Equity is key to effective international cooperation for the implementation of the Convention and its protocol and the achievement of the post-2020 GBF's missions, goals, and targets. Measurable, predictable, effective, new and additional financial resources and institutional arrangement for the provision of finance capacity building, scientific and technical cooperation, and technology transfer from developed countries to developing countries are needed. The provision of predictable, measurable, new, additional, and adequate finance from developed countries to developing countries pursuant the existing obligation under Article 20 and other provisions of the Convention is key enabler for enhanced biodiversity-related actions on the ground in developing countries under the Convention and its protocol. This can make a substantial difference in the world's ability to address the loss of biological diversity. This should be acknowledged and acted upon rather than be diluted to ensure that the implementation of the post-2020 GBF will be succeed rather than fail. Without the means of implementation provided under Article 20, the achievement of developing countries' national effort through the national biodiversity strategy and action plans will be hindered, as we saw in the non-fulfillment of the Aichi target due to the lack of such cooperation. As developing country, we refuse to let that happen again. We have a responsibility to ourselves, our people, and our biodiversity, and to present and future generations to live in harmony with nature. Enhancing our country's collective action for the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity under the post-2020 GBF means that our mission, goals, and targets, our reporting framework, and the necessary means of implementation to enable action should be adopted together in a holistic manner as a package at COP15. Dear co-chairs, we call on developed countries to commit to a goal of mobilizing and providing jointly at least $100 billion annually initially and rising to $700 billion annually by 2030 and beyond under draft target 19 of the post-2020 GBF to address the needs of developing countries in implementing the post-2020 GBF as part of cohesive strategy to fill the global biodiversity financing gap. This must be new and additional to and separate and distinct from the financing that have been committed to provide under the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, as well as their official development assistance. The current architecture for global biodiversity financing should be transformed. A more robust and effective financial mechanism under the COP for the implementation of Article 20 and 21 is urgently needed as crucial element for the GBF to complement and not supersede existing financial support arrangement as GEF. The financial mechanism should ensure that financial resources are provided by developed countries. This mechanism should include agreement on the establishment of a new global biodiversity fund to complement the GEF for the pooling and disbursement of biodiversity-related financing. This will strengthen global cooperation on biodiversity. Agreeing at Kunming on the establishment of such a financial mechanism will make the CBD regime fit for purpose and future-ready. The detailed implementation modalities, including its structure and processes for the financial mechanism, together with its own fund, can be subject thereafter of focused negotiation among parties to be concluded by the COP16 in 2024. These modalities should ensure that facilitated, direct and needs-based access by developing countries to financial and other support from the fund as well as from the GEF is provided. This will complement and also help leverage domestic sources of biodiversity financing. Additionally, the institutional architecture of reporting on and review and planning of our actions under the Convention needs to match obligation under Article 20. Hence, the mechanism for reporting, review, and planning that we are negotiating must include modalities for the reporting by developed countries of information on the biodiversity finance and other support that they are committing and have provided to developing countries. Such information should also be considered as an integral part of the review of progress and the post-2020 GBF, whose modalities and process are still under discussion, together with ex-ante and ex-post information about financial resources needed and received by developing countries for their biodiversity action under the Convention. Such a framework will provide a greater level of transparency and enable us to better match financial resources provided under Article 20 to what developing countries need. Individual members of our group have put forward concrete proposals reflecting the ideas above. As we move forward in our work towards COP15 after this SB session here in Geneva, we expect this proposal to be fully discussed and negotiated in good faith with the objective of ensuring that the post-2020 GBF is fit for purpose, future-ready, and set up to succeed based on equity and international cooperation and solidarity. We are convinced that the outcome of our work here can be an effective instrument in the struggle to address biodiversity loss and address the achievement of all sustainable development goals. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabon. I will pass the floor to Paraguay. Paraguay.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chairman. We would just like to note that in the document that we're looking at right now,
Continúo.
we had asked for target C to be put in brackets because we had text that had to be sent back to our capital, so we would like for the target to be kept in brackets, and also goal 13, which is also in brackets, which Secretariat said were going to be removed. So we would like those two matters to be clearly reflected in the document before it is forwarded for the L phase. Thank you.
Thank you, Paraguay. On goal C, are you requesting that the 3 version be put under bracket or just the first one? Floor to Paraguay, please.
Sería la total.
All of it. Because we want to reserve our position. We might, we have some text to propose for future meetings, so all of Goal C and Target 13, and these are matters that we raised in the respective working groups, and they're not yet reflected in the text, so this is why we're asking for that correction. Thank you.
Thank you, Paraguay. This will be done. I have on my list the European Union. So can the floor be provided to the European Union, please?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and we'd like to express our thanks to the co-leads of the different contact groups as well as to the co-facilitators of the Friends of the Chair for all the work achieved. We have also taken note of the explanation given by the Secretariat with regard to the text from the first draft that will continue to be the basis for negotiation in our future meetings. Having said that, Mr. Co-Chair, we would be more comfortable with the fact if the annex to CRP2 would actually include those texts as an Appendix 3. That is for the simple reason that we have now created a stable negotiating text that includes different elements. And for ease of reference, it would be better if that could be reflected also in the appendices to the annex, so to speak. That would also mean that in the text of CRP2, it would be preferable if the reference could be made to those appendices in particular. And that would include a small change to paragraph 2 of CRP2. And I think that from that purpose, it would be good if we have an Appendix 3 to say after recommendation, and in the appendices 1 to 3 will be the basis of negotiations. I know that changes nothing to the legal situation or to what those texts are, but it makes it very clear for parties what they have to focus on in view of the next meeting. Co-Chair, and before we move towards the adoption of CRP2, I have a further question. We have also CRP3 on our agenda, where we will be asked to approve a CRP, a decision by which a fourth meeting of the open-ended working group is convened. However, when you look at paragraphs 2 and paragraph 3 of CRP2, there is text in brackets, and I think it would be good if we could have clarity of the decision of the open-ended working group with regard to the fourth meeting of the open-ended working group before we finalize CRP2. Because if indeed we have a fourth meeting of the open-ended working group, the option of sending it directly to the 15th meeting of the parties and paragraph 3 would become obsolete, and in that sense it would be better not to adopt or discuss these paragraphs at this point in time. I hope that those additions or those considerations are acceptable to the co-chairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. There are several points in your request. Let's take them one by one. On the creation of an Appendix 3 regarding the text that is coming from draft 1, that sounds like a sensible change, and unless I hear some objection in the coming statement, would be happy to go ahead. I see. No, I don't see Brazil. Are you asking? Okay, please give the floor to Brazil.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for taking the floor at this, but I'm not understanding. Do you want us to react to the EU proposal now or during our later stage?
You have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. Mr. Co-Chair, we're a bit surprised with the proposal, as it seems to indicate a step backwards of what had in Geneva. Our understanding is draft 1 was published and is part of the ongoing process of the discussions. It has a number, it was published. We don't see the added value of aggregating Annex 1, the draft 1 as an annex on this decision of the group now. And also regarding the mention of the appendix, we don't have any problem with mentioning the appendix and having this appendix. I will only highlight that, unfortunately, Appendix 2 does not reflect the discussions under that Friends of the Colleagues group. But we could leave that in the sense that it somehow contributes to our discussions. But I would make this statement now to register that this what I called, and I stress again, the co-difficultators led us is not what was agreed before and was not agreed at the end of the discussion. But for the sake of keeping the movement and the ongoing negotiations, we could accept the reference to this document. However, we fail to understand the rationale of adding draft 1 of the GBF in this decision now. Thank you.
Please bear with us. We have some language that could be resolving these issues coming from. Secretariat, please.
Thank you so much. So, as I just indicated, in the L document, in the annex, we will add a para 6, and I will read it in dictation speed. This annex does not include text on sections A to D and H to J. Okay, sorry, H to K of the first draft post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, then in brackets, CBD Working Group 2020/3/3, oh, I thought it was a number, sorry about that, which were not addressed in part 2 of the 3rd meeting of the working group. For these elements, the first draft remains the basis for further work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm looking to see if there is any nodding from, yes, and I see nodding on both sides, so that's a proper way to deal with that.
But then we don't need this.
And then the change on the second paragraph become unnecessary, and the remainder will be cleaned up in the preparation of the L document. So
Then say that this part will be. We will choose whatever the decision of the Plenary is.
Yeah.
This and that.
So in the LDoc, the appropriate decision will be reflected as well.
On working group or 50 or COP.
On working group 15 or the COP, okay. All right, so that's for that. So let's go back to the list. I see China is asking for the floor. Please give the floor to China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. China always believes that the post-2020 global biodiversity framework should learn from the experiences and lessons of the IG targets, taking full account of the challenges faced by developing countries in terms of the financial needs. China supports in principle Gabon's position in the joint statement on behalf of some developing countries on the need of more financial support. We hope that all parties can move in a positive direction, uphold pluralism, enhance communication on the means of the implementation concerned by developing countries before and during the second phase of COP15, to achieve an acceptable financial solution for all parties, and support developing countries in implementing the post-2020 framework. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I will now give the floor to Norway. Norway, can the floor be given to Norway, please?
Thank you, Chair. We support the agreement that was found between the EU and Brazil. We'd just like to stress the fact that Section H2K is an integral part of the global biodiversity framework. And we note with concern that discussions on responsibility and transparency as a part of the global biodiversity framework are not receiving sufficient negotiation time and attention. This needs to change, starting with our next meeting. It is Norway's view that there's an urgent need for a more structural approach to implementation of the Convention and the Global Biodiversity Framework post-2020, including measures to enhance transparency and comparability, monitoring, reporting, and review of implementation at the national and global levels. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Norway, and I'll now give the floor to Canada. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just very quickly to get some reassurances. I know this morning we had good discussions on targets 1, 2, and 3. I understand that those discussions and that text will be reflected when the L document is produced. I see you nodding. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Argentina. Can the floor be given to Argentina, please?
Thank you, Co-Chair. My comment is with regards to paragraph 3 of the draft recommendation. Bearing in mind that we did not have time to discuss document CBD/Working Group 2020/3/3 at 3, it seems a bit too much to say here that we will take into account that document, also taking into consideration, as the EU said, that we will have probably an additional session. So my suggestion would be at this stage to take this wording out of the recommendation, given that we probably will be able to discuss it in depth in future occasions. Thank you.
That sounds like a sensible proposal if I don't see any negative reaction. Thank you. Thank you. I see no further requests for the floor. CRP2 and CRP2 add 1 is approved. Colleagues, we will now turn to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Dear colleagues, we are now going to go to the next agenda item, and this is on digital sequence information. We will now commence our review of the outcomes of the contact group 5 and agenda item 5 on digital sequence information, DSI on genetic resources. To begin with, we would like to hear a report back from the contact group 5 on digital sequence information, or DSI, on genetic resources. This group has been chaired by co-leads Mr. Gaute from Norway and Letitia of South Africa. I would now like to give the floor to Gaute. Gaute, you have the floor from Norway. Microphone to Norway.
There is right. Thank you, Co-Chair. The contact group on digital sequence information, DSI on genetic resources, was established in plenary on Monday, 21st of March, and met 3 times in total. The first and second meetings considered the non-paper that the co-leads had prepared, based on the statements made in plenary on the elements of a recommendation from the paper WG2020-3/4/add1. At the end of its second meeting, the co-leads of the contact group established a Friends of the Co-leads group to advance on the removal of brackets in the text of the recommendation of the working group to the conference of the parties, keeping in mind that only the text described in the COP decision may contain some brackets. The Friends of the Co-leads was facilitated by the UK and Malawi. They met 4 times over 3 days and worked to develop a clean recommendation of the working group and recommended draft decision to the COP. The Friends were successful in their efforts and brought back a carefully negotiated text for consideration by the contact group. At 3:20 Monday morning, the contact group on DSI met for the 3rd time to consider the text proposal of the Friends of the Co-leads and agreed to forward this text to become a CRP for consideration by plenary today. In both the contact group and the Friends of the Co-leads, there was a high commitment to working together to find compromises and agreements towards reaching a consensus on the various issues that had to be addressed. This good and positive prevailing spirit in the room was a great contribution to the text that is being considered today. There is a lot of work to be done on this issue as we move towards Kunming, despite that we believe we have made important progress at this meeting, and that through this, the parties have indeed sent a positive signal to the international community on the issue of the sharing of benefits arising from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources. We would like to thank the co-chairs and the Bureau for the trust and confidence that you accorded us. The Friends of the Co-leads and parties for the warm spirit of cooperation on the issue of DSI. And finally, the Secretariat staff for the dedicated support and commitment with which they have assisted us. May the road to our next meeting and beyond keep the spirit and allow us all to find one another and bring this exciting journey to a positive end at COP15. Thank you, co-chairs.
Thank you, Gaute. of Norway on behalf of the colleagues. Distinguished delegates, we would now like to begin our review of CRPs under Agenda Item 5. Colleagues, as you know, and if I may kindly remind you, that Agenda Item 5 has already been discussed intensively in Contact Group 5 and also at the Friends of the Colleagues group meeting. You heard that, people working up to very late in the morning. I hope that we will be able to review and approve this CRP quickly, and I would like to get it approved as a whole. Dear delegates, I hope you will give me that request which I have made so that we can proceed. In that regard, we have before us, under this agenda item, document WG2020-3/CRP1/Rev1, entitled Digital Sequence Information on Genetic Resources, for consideration and approval. I would like to ask if there are any comments on this, but as I said earlier, I would have loved, we would have loved if we could just approve it as a whole. In fact, if you look at the document itself, other than the annex, and that's why the meeting went up to 3 a.m., it is all clean. Please, please, I beg you not to square bracket anything here, please. I beg you. So let's go ahead to consider. But if you can just allow me to gavel, I would appreciate. Can I gavel? So decided. Thank you so much. So you have to give the floor to Bolivia and Jordan. Bolivia, I hope you are just going to thank us for gaveling. Anyway, let me give the floor to is it Jordan? Bolivia first. Bolivia first, then Jordan.
Thank you very much. Co-Chair, Bolivia requested the floor before the approval of this CRP, so we consider that this CRP is not approved yet. For Bolivia, the paragraph 5 of this proposal is the most critical paragraph of this recommendation, and Bolivia is not able to approve this paragraph as it is at this stage. It calls for a solution on fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the utilization of DSI and provides for 9 conditions which a proposed solution should satisfy. These conditions are unfortunately of very wide scope and can be subject to a variety of arbitrary interpretations. In para 5A, says a solution to fair and equitable benefit sharing should be efficient, feasible, and practical. These 3 conditions are mutually reinforcing, making a very high threshold that a solution to benefit sharing is unlikely to meet. Para 5B says a solution to fair and equitable benefit sharing should generate more benefits than costs. The para doesn't specify the benefits to whom and costs to whom. This can jeopardize the entire governance and regulatory mechanisms on access and benefit sharing for digital sequence information on genetic resources. Para 5E says the solution to fair and equitable benefit sharing should not hinder research and innovation. Here again, should not hinder can mean including a lot of ideas and conditions, including a strong implementation of intellectual property laws. This could also block national laws regulating the online platform sharing digital sequence information without guaranteeing benefits back. The European Union and US security sequence information within guarantee interests promote online platforms for sharing rapid access to information, bypassing all national scrutiny of information shared from other countries. Para 5F says the solution should be consistent with open access to data. However, it doesn't recognize the principle that open access is not free access. The current situation with open access databases is that it is free for all. Big corporates are able to access DSI freely with no benefit sharing obligations, while publicly accessible databases can allow access for scientific research. This doesn't mean free access for commercialization of such benefits. Standard terms and conditions are therefore important to put in place fair and equitable sharing obligations on such databases. Para 5G says the solution shouldn't be incompatible with international legal obligation. However, it doesn't specify what those obligations are. This could include agreements that could potentially undermine the obligations for fair and equitable sharing of benefits under the CBD and Nagoya Protocol. Above all, the paragraph doesn't recognize the sovereign rights of states over digital sequence information on genetic resources. That's why Co-Chair Bolivia suggests to continue the discussion of these parameters or suggestions in these paragraphs towards the Kunming, the COP15. So we are not able to approve these conditions, 9 conditions at this stage, and we suggest to continue the discussion of these conditions towards the COP15 and to take a decision in COP15. Thank you very much, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Bolivia. Thank you for that elaborate feedback. I note that perhaps you've made more of what we could include in the report, because you are explaining more on those paragraph 5 and some of the bullet points in there, what you thought should inform us when we are discussing this. So if you could bear with us, we would include what you've so far submitted into the report of this meeting. Bolivia, would that be okay with you?
We requested to put in brackets the full paragraph 5, Mr. Co-Chair, not just to put it in the records, the Bolivian statement. So our suggestion is to put in brackets the paragraph 5 and to continue the discussion of this paragraph towards the COP15.
Bolivia, let me consult here a little bit. My prayer was definitely almost there, but let me first consult here. Okay, thank you, Bolivia. Just to my colleague here might also chip in, but introducing the square bracket here as you are proposing would simply mean that we collapse this entire recommendation, because this is what the group to advance this work, we need this recommendation. So if there is any scale bracket on any, it simply means we have nothing going forward. So that is the implication of your proposal, Bolivia. And that was why the middle ground was suggested, that it goes into the report of this meeting. But I also understand that you like to see progress, more discussion on digital sequence information. So wouldn't you, Bolivia, reconsider square bracketing this, aware that we're going to reflect it in the report of this meeting? Bolivia, then I will give the floor to Jordan and, yeah, Bolivia, please. Microphone to Bolivia.
Thank you, Chair. We understand very much the work that we have been undertaking in this session regarding the DSI. Bolivia also don't want to obstruct this process, and we want to continue the discussions and the reflections on this. This is a very key, very sensitive, very critical for all countries. In particular, Mr. Co-Chair, we have a serious concern in paragraph 5F regarding the open access to data. So Bolivia is able to, to continue this process, but our specific request is to take out of this CRP, this decision, this statement regarding the open access to data. This is a very critical, sensitive issue for Bolivia, so do you agree if we take out the reference to this 5F, we are able to continue this discussion with the approval of this CRP as it is, but deleting the 5F, and the idea is to continue the discussion how we are going to move forward the open data with standards, with regulations, with conditions. We don't want to see an open data as a free access to data. So our request is to put in brackets the 5F specifically, and we can move forward.
Thank you, Bolivia. I will now like to see whether we have objection to that suggestion to delete paragraph 5F as proposed by Bolivia. We see many countries here, and I think we are going to begin doing what we are doing in the contact group here, which is not possible. So Jordan had taken the floor earlier, so I'll only give the floor to Jordan, and then Indonesia online, then we will find a way forward. So Jordan followed by Indonesia online. Jordan.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. بداية.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, I would like to thank you and would like to thank the contact group and the chair of the contact group and all of the colleagues who have been working so hard and consistently in order to arrive at this document. Now, we would like to thank them and express our respect for them and for you, Mr. Chairman. But after having read the document, we realize that it is not possible for us to adopt it without actually reviewing paragraphs 5 and 6. Except if both of these paragraphs 5 and 6 are placed under square brackets, because we do have some comments that we should like to make regarding the access to data and with regards to the advantages and benefits of this type of sharing, and also with regards to experts' reports. Now, under paragraph 6, we believe that there is a contradiction between this paragraph and Article 5.2 of the Nagoya Protocol, because we assume that the digital sequencing information is the result of the scientific process. So one cannot ignore the sustainability and follow-up of the access to the information from digital sequencing as stipulated in the text of the Nagoya Protocol. So we would like to once again review this draft recommendation before actually adopting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. I see more parties now going to request the floor. Our suggestion on the podium here is that I think we are going to pause a bit. That means we are going to request that we hold a small discussion at some corner. And we see whether we can resolve the matter, because even if I give the floor now, we'll be eating more time into pulling this way, the other side. These matters cannot be resolved in this way. The contact group tried, and really a lot of work was done there. When we have reopened it like this, it simply means we are not going to make progress by taking the floor. So I think let me consult here. We see how we are going to hold that pause meeting. Okay, dear delegates, let's do this. Please give us some attention here. For the sake of a party that is online, let's hear from Indonesia, then we go to the other corner. And I think we shall tell you the time we are going to use there. We are not going to give you 1 hour to be at that corner there, because the longer the time, the more you'll disagree there. So let me have Indonesia. Indonesia, please. Give the floor to Indonesia. Floor to Indonesia.
Online.
Online, please, online.
And then
Is Indonesia able to join us? Thank you. Indonesia is now online. Indonesia, microphone to Indonesia. Are they online?
Thank you.
Okay, so could we go to the corner there? David, the team here will join you. That corner, initially we see how long it takes us. Bolivia, among other, Jordan, please, the other side. Let's try to resolve this. We need to move on. Please. Okay, so the secretary team is joining you.
How much time do we give you?
We'll give you
15.
10 to 15. So my time here is 4:20. That is exactly 20 minutes to 5.
Yes.
Test, test. One. Ouais, c'est bon. Yeah. It's okay. Test, test.
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So in about 5 minutes, we will be requesting you to come back and give us progress in about 5 minutes from now.
In 10 minutes.
Dear delegates, I think we have had some reasonable time to consult, so we are going to resume very shortly. Please. Okay, dear delegates, we are doing some final consultation just here, and we should be getting back shortly. Just bear with us for some few minutes. Okay, dear delegates, may I have your attention, please? Thank you for taking time to consult each other, and I think we have a way through, and honestly, when I read this text, it is what has come from what took place at the corner there. So this text I'm going to read is going to be in the report. This is the text that came from there. This recommendation is intended to facilitate the further process on DSI and does not prejudge the definition. Just a minute, let me go to my phone. Let me write my phone. I want to be very careful with the text. Very, very careful. I need to be very careful with it. Okay, I wrote it down, but I think I will still use my phone. So this is it now. I'm going to read from it. The character was a bit small. That this is how it goes. This recommendation is intended to facilitate the further process on DSI issues and does not prejudge the definition and the views on the parameters and the principles governing a final solution. So that is what came from that consultation that took place there. So with that, dear delegates, should I now gavel for the second time? Thank you. I now hand over to my co-chair, co-chair Basil to take us to the next section.
Thank you, co-chair, and thank you for remembering my name also. Brazil is a country I like very much. Colleagues, before we move forward, I would like to remind you, in the context of small huddle, please keep in mind, especially men, that our women friends are smaller and are not as comfortable working their way in a huddle. So we want to have an environment that is comfortable for everybody and enable everybody. So if we ever have the same kind of setup, I'll ask you to make special attention for our women delegates so they feel comfortable and are able to participate fully in those discussions. Now, distinguished delegates, let us turn our attention to agenda item 6 on other matters. Under this item, the working group may address other matters related to the subject matters of the meeting. Having heard the report back from the co-leads under both item 4 and 5, it has become clear that further work is required to advance the text of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework ahead of Kunming. We're therefore very pleased to announce that in consultation with the Bureau and the Secretariat and with the kind support from UNEP, arrangement for a fourth meeting of our working group are under consideration for 21 to 26 in June in Nairobi, Kenya. The fourth meeting would give us an opportunity to continue negotiation on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and digital sequence information, building on our work from this resumed session of the third meeting of the working group here in Geneva, and also taking into account the relevant outcome of SBI 3 and Substat 24. In particular, it will allow us to address the remaining section of the framework and develop the final draft of the Global Biodiversity Framework for its adoption by COP15 in China later this year. This proposal is contained in document CBD Working Group 2020-3 CRP3. Distinguished delegates, we would now like to turn our review of the CRP under agenda item 6. We have before us this document, CBD Working Group 2020-3 CRP3, entitled Preparation of the Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, fourth meeting of the working group for consideration and approval. We would like to ask if there is any comment on this CIP or if it can be approved as it currently stands. Okay, I see Norway requesting the floor. Can the floor be given to Norway, please?
Thank you, Chair. So in para 2, we would like to tighten up the language a bit. It's in para 2, which says, decides that the fourth meeting will continue negotiations on a post-2020 global biodiversity framework and on digital sequence information, building on the work of its third meeting. And here we would like to add, and drawing upon relevant intersessional work, to produce the final draft of the framework for consideration by the Conference of the Parties at its 15th meeting. So the intention here is to tighten up the language a bit and clarify, firstly, that we can also not just build on the work of this meeting, but also the relevant intersessional work, and then to produce the final draft of the framework for consideration by COP. So this meeting in Nairobi should then produce the final draft in our view. So we just want to tighten up the language a bit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. That sounds like a sensible approach, but let's see if there is, I know others have requested the floor, but before we get to other suggestion, let's see if there is any objection to this. I see Brazil and Japan. Let's start with Brazil and then I'll come to Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and I appreciate the suggestion of the Norwegian colleague, but actually I think that the reference he's making is already considered in paragraph 3. What we would suggest actually would be to have a reference on the work of the informal advisory group on DSI, that we understand that from here to the fourth meeting there will be further work, and so I think that we could consider the work of third meeting and of the informal advisory group on DSI. That would be my recommendation, because his suggestion, I understand, is already covered in paragraph 3. I apologize, I don't have the exact word here, but the idea is to add, after building on the work of third meeting and meetings of the informal advisory group, or the intersessional work of the informal advisory group. Thank you.
Thank you. With that's very good. We're capturing the language, but let's hear Japan, and then we'll ask the Secretariat to read it aloud. Thank you. Can the floor be given to Japan, please?
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'd like to point out in the second line on para 2, after there's a sequence information, we should add on genetic resources. This is standard language. And having said that, my delegation would like to express the concern over the scheduling overlap of the Nairobi meeting with other multilateral environment agreements. Of course, decision is not the easy one for all of us, but since the idea itself, I mean, is to add new meetings on top of the many other important meetings. So that would create a difficulty for some delegation and some parties, including my own. So I just want to express a concern. Of course, we are not suggesting, we don't have any new creative solution on that. That's understood. But I need to take this opportunity to express our concern. Yes, I don't want to go into each and every other other meetings, but we have important meeting around that time, in parallel with this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. We understand, and this is noted. So let's turn to the Secretariat that I think has tried to capture.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, EU. Can the floor be given to the European Union?
Thank you very much. Can I say that for the EU and member states, we do support CRP2. We are flexible with regard of the proposal of Norway and or of Brazil with regard to inclusion. We're just seeking your confirmation that with the adoption of this CRP, the text of CRP3 in the end of paragraph 2 will end the reference to COP15 at the end of paragraph 2, and paragraph 3 will then also be deleted. You said so earlier, but I think good if you could confirm that again.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, EU. We can confirm that this will be cleaned up and corrected in the L document. So, can I ask the Secretariat to read out loud Okay, good. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So in paragraph 2 would now read, decides that the fourth meeting will continue negotiations on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and on digital sequence information on genetic resources, comma, building on the work of its third meeting and the intersessional work of the informal advisory group on digital sequence information, comma, and drawing upon relevant intersessional work. To produce the final draft of the framework for consideration by the Conference of the Parties at its 15th meeting. Paragraph 3 would read as follows. Decides that the fourth meeting will take into account also the relevant outcomes of the third meeting of the subsidiary body on implementation and the 24th meeting of the subsidiary body on scientific, technical, and technological advice, comma, also drawing upon relevant intersessional work, including that of the informal advisory group on digital sequence information on genetic resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I trust this addressed the various concern. And I do not see any more requests for the floor. Therefore, it is adopted. We are now suspending the plenary for 30 minutes to allow the Secretariat to prepare the L documents. Dear colleagues, we will be reconvening at 6. So I'm cutting off 5 minutes from your break, sorry. 6 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Dear delegates, could I have your attention? Please take your seats and we continue. Dear delegates, I would like now to propose that we begin the process of adopting the draft recommendation from this body that are ready for consideration. Before I submit the documents for adoption, I would like to ask the Secretariat to provide some editorial comments if you have any. Secretariat?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think there are any editorial comments. Thank you.
Okay, so delegates, I now invite you to turn to agenda item 4 on post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Under this agenda item, we have one document for consideration, and I will now submit for adoption document CBD-WG2020-3/L2. I hope you have that. And it is my understanding that we have looked at this a few minutes ago when it was CRP, and that we can go ahead to adopt it. Adopted. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, I will now invite you to agenda item 5 on digital sequence information on genetic resources. Under this agenda item, we have one document for consideration, and I now submit for adoption document CBD-WG2020-3/L3. Again, a few minutes ago, we've combined our brains on this document, and I take it that we adopt it as now presented in this L3. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, I now invite you to turn to agenda item 6 on other matters. Under this agenda item, we have one document for consideration, and I now submit document CBD-WG 2020-3/L4 for adoption. I believe you have it, and this is in regard to our meeting, continued meeting to finalize the work of this group. I take it that we can adopt this as presented now. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, I will now draw your attention to the next agenda item, which is adoption of the report. And I will now hand over to my co-chair.
Thank you, Francis. Distinguished delegate, let us now turn to agenda item 7, adoption of the report. We now come to document CBD, Working Group 2020-3, Part 2, L1, which is a draft report of the second part of the third meeting of the working group. The document was distributed, and I hope that you all had a very good chance to review it, even if it was very short. I will now invite the rapporteur to introduce the document, Ms. Elena Al-Awadi of Kuwait. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. The document CBD WG 2020-3/Part 2/L1 contains summaries of the statements made during the meeting and matters regarding the organization of this meeting. I have examined the report and found it to be accurate and complete. I'm submitting it to you for adoption with the understanding that today's proceedings and approved changes will be incorporated in the final report. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam. I propose that we review the report section by section. Any comments on section 1, item 1, opening of the meeting? I see none. This section is approved. Moving to, sorry, Brazil, I could not see you. Brazil, can the floor be given to Brazil, please?
No.
Oh, he's gone? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on to section number 2 on organization of the work. Any comment on that section? And now I'm being a little bit slower, and I see one. Brazil, can the floor be given to Brazil, please?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I apologize for asking the floor too fast, but now is the session that I would like to make suggest an amendment on section B, organization of work, para 22. There is a reference to a statement my delegation made. I would request to add after Brazil, comma, highlighting the need for initiating line-by-line negotiations immediately. Because that was the reason of my delegation's intervention at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. This will be added. I do not see any other comments on section 2. Section 2 is adopted. Moving to section 3, which is on progress since the second meeting of the working group. I do not see any parties requesting the floor. This section is adopted. Now moving to section 4, post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. I do not see any request for the floor. That section is adopted. Moving to section 5 on digital sequence information on genetic resources. Any request? Thank you. This section is adopted. In the Secretariat, in consultation with the co-chair and the rapporteur, will integrate today's proceedings and all change approved by this plenary. I therefore invite the meeting to approve the draft report of the second part of the working group at this third meeting. The report is approved. Distinguished delegates, before we turn to the closing remarks, the Secretariat is pleased to show a short film that celebrates your hard work over the last 2 weeks. Secretariat, please, if you can project this video.
Yasin.
Entendimiento.
Safety. Pagkakapantay-pantay ng kasarian.
Komunikasyon. Achievement.
Tunay na pagbabago. Tumelado.
Itkatbut. Bukatikat.
Alistidamo.
Samenwerking.
Gratitude.
Mkurizano. Hamahamaka.
Hope.
Thank you, Secretariat. I think that was a very refreshing moment for all of us. Dear delegates, we will now move on to agenda item 8, closure of the meeting. And I would like to begin that by inviting the Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity, Ms. Elizabeth Mrema, to deliver her closing remarks. Ms. Mrema, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Sorry. Madam Gumel, representative of the Co-President, dear Co-Chairs, delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we have reached the close of the third session of the Working Group on the Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and of our series of meetings here in Geneva. Your dedication and cooperative spirit, accompanied by positive and optimistic attitude, has led us to a successful conclusion here in Geneva. The Working Group on Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework is facing many formidable challenges. You are working to craft a truly global framework that will engage all sectors of society, contain the level of ambition necessary to reduce and reverse biodiversity loss, mobilize sufficient resources and tools, and ensure benefits are shared fairly and equitably, all with the aim of achieving the 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. To borrow a phrase heard frequently during the Olympic Games in Beijing, this maneuver has a high degree of difficulty. Nonetheless, end of quote, nonetheless, you accepted the challenge and significantly advanced our progress, and I sincerely congratulate you all. The text to be negotiated now belongs to you, the parties, and the challenge is now to reach a consensus, but also to reach consensus that is adequate to meet the expectations that you yourselves have established in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP14, as well as in the Kunming Declaration at the first part of our Conference of the Parties. On all aspects of the framework and supporting discussions, there is a lot of work for parties yet to do. You have just decided on the fourth meeting of the Working Group, a meeting that we did not envisage. At the Secretariat, we will need to raise funds to ensure the participation of eligible countries at the Nairobi meeting. The trust fund for participants was exhausted for these current meetings, so we urgently need to raise at least $2 million to allow the participation of at least 2 delegates from eligible countries, and thus to ensure the success we need to make the much needed progress. I plan to send out a letter to our donor focal points and all of you after the closure of this meeting. And please, I urge you to consider that letter. Through the decisions adopted at SABSTA 24 and SBI 3, and now this meeting at the end of the Working Group, we have a great deal of intersessional work to undertake. We need to realize that this is an increased amount of additional work in addition to the organization of a major meeting, as well as large number of intersessional processes and many involved submissions from the parties. I therefore count on your timely contributions so that documents can be provided in a reasonable time. As I noted in my closing remarks to the SAPSTA 24 and SBA 3, I would like once again to offer my special thanks or word of thanks to the government of Switzerland for generously providing these facilities for these important sessions. I would also like to once again thank the donor governments for your generous support for these meetings. Let me therefore extend my sincere thanks to you all for your continued support. May I equally congratulate our co-chairs of the working group, Mr. Francis Ogwal of Uganda and Mr. Basil Van Havre of Canada. They have worked diligently to facilitate a broad set of views and help guide these discussions. I am certain that their continued use of an inclusive and transparent approach will help to ensure our success as we move closer to COP15 in Kunming. I would also like to thank the COP15 host government, the government of China, especially Madame Zhou Gomei, with us here, representative of the COP president, for guiding the Bureau during these several days, not few days, and coordinating the three bodies. Thanks to the members of the COP Bureau, you have represented your regions with skill and patience and provided guidance needed to organize and deliver successful multilateral meetings. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to the co-leads and friends of the co-leads of the different contact and informal groups and other facilitators. You have worked many long hours of days and nights, some even to early morning, to help bring us all together and advance our work. You have gone above and beyond, and you are indeed to be commended. I'm confident you will all join me in expressing my sincere gratitude to our interpreters, our report writers, the steward souls behind the scenes, without whom we could not have advanced our work on biodiversity. Along with the technical support staff here at the center, as well as at Interratio, thanks for once again helping us to communicate our many views to each other and to the world. Of course, I cannot forget to sincerely thank the CBD Secretariat team and colleagues for their hard work and their willingness to work all the hours to further the cause of biodiversity conservation and protection. Thank you very much, my dear colleagues. I'm very proud of you all and for your contributions, all of which are essential for our work and to the world. In closing, let me offer my congratulations for the many accomplishments made here in Geneva. The working group has made impressive progress on refining the key dimensions of the framework, including the mission for 2030, the goals and the action targets addressing both direct and indirect drivers of biodiversity loss. You have also made significant progress in defining how performance will be tracked and reported and determining how success will be defined. There was a very cooperative spirit on the important issue of access to digital sequencing information from genetic resources, and we've seen that cooperation even this late afternoon and how then that sharing of benefits from their use can be done. Your work has sent an encouraging signal to the world that outlook for the second part of our Conference of the Parties in Kunming is decidedly positive. The results of this meeting, along with those of the SABSTA and the SBI, will allow us to collectively deliver a new global agreement for all to reverse nature loss in the next decade and beyond. We also know that the world will accept nothing less than a clear, ambitious, and transformative global biodiversity framework. I'm fully confident you will continue to demonstrate your collective resolve with the full and effective and active engagement of all stakeholders to attain our 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. May you all have safe travels home, and my warmest wishes to you all for the days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for those closing remarks. My co-chair and I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the Secretariat for your efforts in preparing and facilitating this complex three-body meeting which has taken place here. Dear delegates, I now have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Ambassador Franz Perez, who will address us on behalf of our host country, Switzerland. Franz Perez, you have the floor. Floor to Switzerland, please.
Thank you very much, and my team has prepared an excellent and marvelous speech to conclude that session, but given the time, let me just upload the speech which was highlighting what we have achieved, underlining that still much has to be done, and also indicating that we really need political will, focus and creativity to make sure that we will achieve not the best, but a marvelous outcome in Kunming. But given the time, let me just upload that speech and only wish to everybody here safe trips back home to your family and friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Now is the time to get closing remarks from the regional representatives. And I will now open the floor for statements from region. I do not have, okay, here we go. I will first give the floor to Pakistan, followed by New Zealand.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Pakistan is giving this statement on behalf of the Asia-Pacific region. We would like to thank our host country, Switzerland, for their generous help in holding this meeting, and the chairs of SABSTA, SBI, and co-chairs of Working Group on Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework for their excellent leadership that they have provided during the whole process. We would like to thank the Secretariat for their efforts in holding these meetings in person, despite formidable difficulties. We would also like to extend our thanks to Secretariat support staff for their tireless efforts behind the scene in making our work possible here. As the Executive Secretary has rightly pointed out earlier, that the agenda in 3 meetings was challenging, especially these being first face-to-face meeting after a lapse of 2 years. Although it became very daunting for most of the Asia-Pacific region parties due to smaller number of delegates, however, we as a group are quite happy that we were able to get good recommendations, even though the text is heavily bracketed. We as a group also feel that we should keep the Rio spirit in sight, that was to help the developing nations in conserving their rich biodiversity by building their capacities and providing them with cleaner technologies to do that. In this regard, we must keep the Article 20 of the Convention in sight and aim at supporting the conservation efforts in every way possible. Parties of the Asia-Pacific region are committed to conserve biodiversity by using all possible resources to achieve this immense task at hand. But it has been repeatedly pointed out that gap between the it has been pointed out that the gap between what is required and what is available is huge. And unless that gap is filled timely and proactively, the biodiversity will continue to decline. We know that all of us are committed to saving our national heritage, and we also know that it will take our concerted efforts to achieve these goals. We call all the parties for action to save our common heritage in a way that we do not repeat the same mistakes from past economic development. We know why 2010 targets and Aichi targets could not be achieved, and we strongly stress that while finalizing post-2020 global biodiversity framework, we must overcome the issues and problems that led to that failure. We as a region believe that jointly we will be able to conserve our biodiversity and leave a prosperous future for our generations to come. Let it not be said that we did not prove equal to the task. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Pakistan. This is now my next list of speakers: New Zealand, Costa Rica, EU, Senegal, and Bahamas. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, co-chairs, Madam President. New Zealand is speaking also on behalf of Australia, Canada, Iceland, Israel, Japan, Monaco, Norway, the Republic of Korea, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, and the United States as members of the JustCans Group. We would like to once again register our sincere appreciation to the Government of Switzerland and to the CBD Secretariat for their hosting and organising this meeting. We acknowledge the huge amount of work behind the scenes over the past 2.5 weeks. Co-chairs, as we know, this meeting has taken place under the shadow of the unprovoked and illegal invasion by Russia of Ukraine. We remain deeply concerned by the reports of mounting casualties and widespread damage, including ongoing environmental degradation and transboundary harm. Our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine impacted by this conflict. This military attack is a serious violation of international law, including the UN Charter. We call again on Russia to act consistently with its international obligations, cease all hostilities in Ukraine, withdraw its troops and engage in diplomatic negotiations as a pathway to resolve this conflict. Co-chairs, the JustCans Group has a simple message as these meetings draw to a close. The biodiversity crisis isn't waiting for us to resolve our differences. The time to address this crisis is limited. It is real and it is now. It is the responsibility of all parties to channel our efforts, bridge our differences, and achieve an ambitious outcome for the benefit of the planet and its people. The past 2.5 weeks have shown how challenging our task is. Much work remains to be done. The focus of our efforts going forward must be squarely on the finalisation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. It is essential that we work together to bring all the elements of the framework together, including the global goals and targets and the planning, reporting, monitoring and review mechanisms. Moving forward will require a fundamental shift in our approach. We need to move from presenting to negotiating mode. It is critical that the next time we come together, we not only have the mandates that allow the flexibility needed to reach a common ground, but the mindset to get us there. JustCans remains prepared to demonstrate the spirit of goodwill. We thank once again our co-chairs, chairs of the subsidiary bodies and the Secretariat for their tireless work here in Geneva, as well as the many contributions by parties, non-parties, Indigenous peoples, local communities, biodiversity-related conventions, other relevant multilateral agreements and stakeholders. We thank the Presidency, the Government of China, for its leadership and its preparations towards Kunming. We look forward to seeing everyone again soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, New Zealand. I now give the floor to Costa Rica. It will be followed by EU.
Thank you very much. This statement is made on behalf of the group of Latin American and the Caribbean countries. We would like to thank the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity for the work done to ensure that each session was conducted in a smooth, efficient manner. We would also like to thank the government of Switzerland for hosting us and extending great hospitality during these past 2 weeks of intense work. We also thank the chairs of SABSTA and SBI, as well the co-chairs of the working group and colleagues of contact groups for their hard work, diligence, and commitment to the task presented, especially the chair of SABSTA, Mr. Ezequiel Benitez, who guided us during the long period of SABSTA 24, impeccably representing Mexico and our region. We are one step closer to finalizing a global biodiversity framework that will help and guide our countries to decisively halt the loss of biodiversity, enhance ecosystem services, and advance towards sustainable development in 3 dimensions: environmental, social, and economic. Conducting parallel sessions of the SABSTA, the SBI, and the working group of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework has posed substantial challenge to our delegations, although the amount of work ahead is still a challenge. GRULAC firmly believes that through open, transparent, and inclusive discussions, the COP will be successful in adopting the GBF. We recognize that many pending issues remain, and therefore intersessional work and the 4th meeting of the open-ended group will be essential to move forward towards the COP. The Latin American and Caribbean group wish to reiterate our commitment to this process. We will continue our work to arrive at COP15 with a global biodiversity framework that guides us towards the 2050 vision. A successful global biodiversity framework will provide us with goals and targets that take into account the 3 objectives of the Convention. The GBF needs to include a mechanism for implementation, a monitoring framework, resources mobilization, capacity building, and technology transfer, technical and scientific cooperation, including North-South, South-South, and triangular international cooperation. The GBF should also reflect and respect the rights of indigenous people and local communities, while also recognizing the undeniable role of women, girls, and youth. In this sense, GRULAC strongly supports a specific target referring to women and girls. The GRULAC region would like to take this opportunity to recognize and dedicate our work to the colleagues and friends that we have lost during the difficult period. Mr. Randolph Edmerat from St. Kitts and Nevis, the CBD National Focal Point and past member of the COP Bureau. Dr. Jorge Ernesto Quesada from El Salvador, the CBD National Focal Point, and Ms. Marle Aguilar Ponce from Honduras, the CBD National Focal Point. We remember them with love and appreciation for their unwavering commitment and great contribution to our common cause. To conclude, GRULAC is committed to engage in the upcoming negotiations in June and later in Kunming, The amount of work ahead is still a challenge, but with commitment and efficient dialogue, we are willing to work hard to build common understandings. We are entering the final phase of this process, where we will strive to produce results that are shared by all parties. We look forward to the next steps with the aim to adopt in Kunming a post-2020 GBF that set us on a path towards achieving the 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Costa Rica. I'll now give the floor to EU, followed by Senegal.
Distinguished co-chairs, delegates, colleagues, I'm speaking on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states. The scientific evidence is clear. The world is in a biodiversity crisis and we need to act now. Biodiversity is of pivotal importance to all countries and to all people and to all living beings on planet Earth. Therefore, the EU and its 27 member states had high hopes for this first in-person meeting after 2 years of interacting only by virtual means. Indeed, this meeting has allowed us to make some progress, with all parties being able to express their positions and all of us able to listen. At the same time, much further work remains to be done to move towards convergence and consensus on all elements relevant for the Global Biodiversity Framework. We will continue the discussions, counting on the willingness of all parties to work together under the guidance of the Chinese presidency. The EU and its member states remain committed to adopt an ambitious and transformative Global Biodiversity Framework at COP15 that is clear and easy to communicate, addresses all 3 CBD objectives. This framework needs to effectively and timely address biodiversity loss and its direct and indirect drivers. Such a complex issue cannot be solved through only aspirational goals and broad targets. A solid monitoring framework with headline indicators, as well as strong mechanisms for the implementation, monitoring and review of progress needs to be adopted at COP15. That is why we are concerned that the text on goals, targets and other sections is still far from being completed. Further work is needed, especially on the introductory paragraphs, sections H to K, including their crucial implementation mechanisms, and on how to integrate milestones into the Global Biodiversity Framework. Our ambitions should go above and beyond the IG targets in order to ensure that by 2030 we are on the right track to reach our common vision of living in harmony with nature by 2050. Such a package must generate political commitment for full implementation without delay. We must ensure transparency on our collective ambitions and on progress in implementation, as well as a credible follow-up after the stocktakes. The EU and its member states are ready to continue working towards a solution on DSI. The framework must include a comprehensive resource mobilization solution, which generates confidence on the availability of resources from all sources and makes a solid case to all parties and stakeholders for increasing such resources. It should also address the reduction and redirection of and elimination of harmful subsidies for biodiversity and aim at the alignment of all financial flows with biodiversity objectives. The package should also ensure strengthened capacity building and development. We will need to continue the conversation on financing levels. The EU and member states therefore welcome the different areas for intersessional work and also sincerely hope that the meeting in Nairobi will allow us to make additional progress and put us on a path towards the adoption of the framework at COP15. Co-chairs, in addition to the reflections above, as also raised by New Zealand, we would also like to add some thoughts about the context in which we are meeting here. The EU and its member states are committed to advance peace, reconciliation, democracy and human rights. This is the path we believe in and will continue to follow. The unprovoked attack by the Russian Federation on the Ukraine, with its consequences for the people and environment of Ukraine, is a dark cloud over our meeting. It has led to exchanges in the different bodies that have met during this week in Geneva. We have listened with concern to the statements made by the representatives of the Russian Federation, trying to justify this war of aggression by unsubstantiated claims. It will be very important that the reports of the meetings of the bodies under the CBD very clearly reflect those statements for what they are. Statements by one party trying to justify an act of aggression condemned by an overwhelming majority in the General Assembly of the United States. The same goes for the comments by the representative of the Russian Federation at the occasion of the election of the Substa Bureau members. These comments show a profound disregard for universally established practices and principles governing work in multilateral fora when it comes to the representation of the Central Eastern Europe group in bureaus of multilateral environmental agreements and UN bodies. It is the consistent practice that the EU member states that are also members of the CEE group can routinely assume positions in the respective bureaus. And we leave here with the assumption that this practice will from now on also be respected and implemented in the context of the CBD. Given the horizontal nature of these concerns, we request that this statement is also reflected in the final version of the report of the open-ended working group. Co-chairs, in closing, we would like to thank you as well as the chairs of the SBI and SUBSTA, the co-leads and the co-chairs of the contact groups and friends of the chairs, our Swiss host, as well as the Secretariat, for the untiring work during this marathon session. We regret that the circumstances have not allowed the usual sequences of subsidiary bodies and that the outcomes of SBI and SUBSTA have been affected by that. We are looking forward to continuing our work, together with all parties, indigenous peoples and local communities, and stakeholders in both formal and informal settings. We need to speed up in order to meet our joint ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. I now have a full list of speakers before I go to the observer community. I have Senegal, Bahamas, Colombia, and Russian Federation. Senegal, you have the floor.
Madam Executive Secretary, I am going to read out the following statement, which I am reading on behalf of the African Group. Distinguished delegates, the weeks that have brought us together here are a very important step in our willingness to establish clear strengthening of the strategic global framework to preserve the biological resources and the implementation of our obligations under the Convention on Biological Diversity. Although having meetings now in face-to-face format meant that we expected to have very significant progress, both in the framework and in SBI, we do note that there were some limitations in terms of what was expected. Africa, whilst awaiting awaiting the next cycles with the various parties to the CBD and to its protocols, and in particular its group of negotiators who spared no effort whatsoever to reaffirm the main positions of our continent. To this effect, we would like to reiterate our commitment to contribute fully to achieve the Vision 2050 and the targets for 2030 through the elaboration and the implementation of the new global framework for post-2020 for biodiversity. I should recall, I think that the current process, although it is difficult, it improves the structure of the global framework, and that will have to be consistent as possible through a good management between the various goals and targets. Ladies and gentlemen, this great ambition will have to go along with a high degree of reaction and the availability of adequate financial resources and solidarity in strengthening the equality in the benefits of genetic resources, because we understand that it's difficult to fill in the gaps. We are pleased with there will have to be significant increase for volumes of financing and the sustainable use. We would like to call for a fund to be established for the CBD, which will be more resilient, more equitable, with more simplified access mechanism. In addition, given the principles of equality, equity, traceability in terms of genetic resources, Africa reinforces the link between genetic resources and the genetic sequence, digital sequence, in the global biodiversity framework. The implementation of a multilateral mechanism for sharing the benefits will be crucial, especially as regards the conservation of biodiversity. And Africa is absolutely convinced that the mobilization of resources and the creation of the conditions for the implementation of the targets and the will have to go hand in hand with access to information, strengthened partnerships for research, training. Madam Executive Secretary, although some very good results have been reached during our work, we have to accept that we really have very little time left to consolidate the documents which are necessary because there are some deadlines before the next COP. To this effect, we are in favor of holding additional meetings during the intersessional period in order to ensure that there will be a more in-depth examination of the documents and to lighten the load for the COP later. Distinguished delegates, finally, we'd like to express our thanks to the African Union, who through the have contributed both technically and logistically to the participation of African countries. And we'd like to express our gratitude to the Secretariat of the CBD and to the government and people of Switzerland for the excellent conditions and the facilitation of everything that they've done that made it possible for us to be very successful in our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. I'll now give the floor to Bahamas, followed by Colombia.
Thank you, co-chairs. The Bahamas is speaking on behalf of a small group of small island developing states, including Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Belize, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Maldives, Mauritius, Palau, St. Lucia, Seychelles, Singapore, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. Over 2 years have passed since we left Rome, and during that time we have worked through online platforms, webinars, and virtually at all hours of the day and night. It has therefore been wonderful to be back in person with you all. We would like to thank the CBD and the government of Switzerland for their commitment to facilitating this important process. We would also like to thank donor countries for their generous support, which allowed for our participation in this meeting. CIDS would like to thank the co-chairs and the co-leads for their dedication to developing and evolving the draft of the Global Biodiversity Framework, and for working throughout this session to capture the overwhelming number of comments and ideas proposed to the document. We are thankful for the commitment and contribution of all parties and other observer delegations. CIDS aim for an ambitious framework to ensure that the vision, living in harmony with nature, is achieved by 2050. This means greater levels of implementation and much higher levels of commitment. We reiterate with other parties that international resource mobilization is critical for implementation, including financial resources, capacity building, and technology transfer, in particular for small island developing states. CIDS and other vulnerable communities require resources for better implementation of the framework. CIDS attach great importance to this work and look forward to developing this framework with the right access to the necessary resources for implementation. We believe that the Island Biodiversity Program of Work adopted in COP8 of CBD is still relevant to our countries. There is a clear justification for the continuation of this dedicated work program on islands in the post-2020 GBF. This is one of the most successful work programs coming out of ACGI. Additionally, we would like to emphasize the need for the post-2020 GBF to provide a mechanism for implementation, a monitoring framework, resource mobilization, capacity building, and technology transfer that matches its level of ambition. CIDS also strongly support the need for ambitious outcomes for marine and coastal environments. Emphasis must be placed on healthy, productive, and resilient coastal ecosystems. We believe that the coast is an important link between the marine and terrestrial ecosystems. In closing, CIDS have high hopes for the framework and that implementation will be different this time. CIDS look forward to carrying on this same cooperative spirit as we approach OEWG4 in preparation for COP15. We wish everyone safe travels back home and look forward to seeing you all online or in person soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Bahamas. I will now give the floor to Colombia, followed by Russian Federation. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. Colombia would like to make this statement on behalf of the following countries: Chile, Costa Rica, Mexico, and Peru. As like-minded countries in terms of transformational change, which is necessary to reverse the loss of biodiversity by 2030, we would like to stress how urgent it is to strengthen the confidence channels and the constructive spirit which are required to adopt a global framework for biodiversity, which is commensurate with the planetary crisis in which we are bogged down. In this sense, we would like to offer the following few elements. Number one, we would like to reiterate our unswerving support for the achievement of the protection of at least 30% of the land and the ocean of the planet by 2030. This is a target that was supported broadly by many scientific reports, such as, for example, the IPCC report, among many others, and that has in fact been agreed at the IUCN meeting in Marseille last August. In addition, we'd like to stress that it's simply not possible to safeguard biodiversity without associating ourselves with and respecting the rights of and the traditional knowledge of the indigenous peoples and local communities. Moreover, we would like to call for a positioning appropriately of the fundamental relevance of the ocean for the post-2020 framework. The second element now, we absolutely must have a comprehensive and robust monitoring framework, making it possible for the monitoring of the global progress and headway of the goals and targets is carried out in a way which is coordinated through and timely monitoring and the review processes which are appropriate in order to improve accountability and transparency for an effective implementation. The third element now, it is absolutely essential to have a responsive gender approach in the definition and implementation of the framework. Women and girls are key in the preservation of nature, and we must guarantee their full and effective participation in decision making and in the sustainable use of biodiversity. Lastly, the ambition of the goals and targets of the framework must go hand in hand with the provision and mobilization of all and any and all types of sources for implementation which are necessary for its materialization, including the capacity building, transfer of technology, and financial support, in particular with a view to supporting the developing countries. In fact, it is essential to increase substantially the cooperation flows, and we must adopt drastic measures in order to guarantee effective and timely access to such resources. And we must ensure that the public and private flows resources are in line with the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity in the framework of the strategic development objectives, the goals, rather, SDGs. Chair, we do acknowledge how complex this challenge is that we have before us, and also the different starting points from which we have to start and how we face this now, as well as the proper readiness of all countries to reach a successful result. Our countries are absolutely prepared to continue to work with a spirit of conciliation, building bridges, and generating consensus and coming up with innovative alternatives in order to reach our common interest. And what is our common interest? Simply to live in harmony with nature by 2050. Finally, Colombia, on behalf of Chile, Costa Rica, Mexico, and Peru, would like to thank warmly the government of Switzerland for hosting this negotiation session. We'd also like to express a deep gratitude to the co-chairs, the co-leads as well of the various contact groups and friends of the chair. Our gratitude also to the Secretariat and their teams for their excellent level of work during this negotiation session. I thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. I'll now give the floor to the Russian Federation, then we'll go to the observer community.
Co-chairs, Madam Executive Secretary, we should like to thank the Government of Switzerland for organizing this important meeting so well, as they traditionally do. The participation of our experts in this meeting was limited to video conferencing because of the unilateral sanctions. We decisively condemn and reject the accusations leveled by some parties as being false and irrelevant to issues falling within the purview of the CBD. On the basis of Article 51 of the UN Charter, the Russian Federation is exercising its right to self-defense. It is conducting a special military operation in the Ukraine, which was prompted by the activities of the Ukrainian government and its backers. Through its actions, the Russian Federation is not only defending itself against the Nazist threat, but is also implementing the principles enshrined in the UN Charter on the territory of the Donbass and Ukraine. And this, in fact, helps to further the main objective of our organization, that is preventing another world war. The activities of the Russian Federation are also helping to foster global biosecurity. We are stopping any further development of biological weapons on the basis of genetic resources and some species of migratory animals. Distinguished co-chairs, the mandate of the CBD, which aims to ensure the sustainable use of biodiversity and its resources, has little to do with war and peace. The Russian Federation did not initiate the politicization of our discussions in this forum and at this session. Continuously going back to the issue of the special military operation in the Ukraine, within the framework of the various subsidiary bodies of the CBD, can be construed as a way of spreading hate, of whipping up Russophobia and stepping up the crisis. Throughout these heated politicized discussions, we did not manage, to our regret, to agree to the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework in full. Global implies that no country should be excluded from this process, because concern for biodiversity means concern for what our future holds. In this light, it is of principled importance to ensure fully fledged participation of all delegations without exception in the negotiations process. We are counting on the fact that the President of the COP15, the Bureau, and members of the Secretariat will hear our call. We call on everyone to avoid further politicization of the CBD and to focus on the task at hand. It is only by working hand in hand that we'll be able to achieve a tangible objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russian Federation. We now will move to the list of observer community, and I have to advise you that you have 3 minutes. Of course, you can utilize the 3 minutes well. My co-chair said, I think earlier, don't move too fast for the interpreters. So these are the lists: IPLCs, Women, Youth, CBD Alliance, TNC for INGO, subnationals, and then business. So we'll now give the floor to representative of the IPLCs.
Statement on behalf of the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. It has been 30 years since the Convention on Biological Diversity and 12 years of the adoption of the Aichi targets, and little progress has been made to implement articles of the Convention related to IPLCs. IIFB welcomes the work undertaken by the Geneva meetings. Despite the many challenges, there have been some improvements and progress on the GBF, particularly for targets of high priority for IPLCs. IIFB established various working groups to engage in the development of the GBF. We will continue to actively participate in this process, including on the monitoring framework. IIFB is concerned with the slow progress in the negotiations. Delaying discussions until COP15 and intersessional processes will be financially burdensome for IPLCs. The lack of translation into UN languages limits our full and effective participation. In the GBF, it is necessary to recognize and implement the United Nations Declarations of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Currently, hardly 1% of the funds that are available for the climate and the environment goes to IPLCs, despite growing evidence that supporting IPLCs directly is one of the most cost-effective measures for conservation. Therefore, it is necessary to increase funds to support our strategies. We require flexibility and specific guarantees to access resources directly, that the allocation of funds prioritizes the recognition and respect for indigenous lands, territories, and strengthening of governance. It is time that greater resources are directed to IPLC's self-determined priorities for implementation of the GBF. We urge the GEF and other financial mechanisms to facilitate the direct access to financial resources that are inclusive for all biocultural regions, transparent, culturally appropriate, and participatory. The DSI decision takes us close to the establishment of the global system for sharing benefits from users of DSI and recognition of the roles and rights of IPLCs. We urge the parties to ensure that benefit sharing from DSI on GRs is included in the post-2020 GBF. IFB firmly believes that from this framework to be successful and inclusive, it will require a human rights-based approach and the full and effective participation of IPLCs in the process up to COP15. We hope that the GBF will truly transformative and will recognize the contributions and rights of IPLCs to protect Mother Nature. We strongly support the statements to be made by CBD Alliance, Women's Caucus, and Global Youth Biodiversity Network. We thank all our supporters and look forward to your continued collaboration. I also take the chance to welcome you all to Nairobi come June. Thank you very much.
Thank you, representative of the IPLCs. I will now give the floor to representative of women. Microphone number 248. Please identify yourself.
Thank you, Chair. I speak on behalf of the CBD Women's Caucus. We express support to the statements made by IFB, CBD Alliance, and Gabon. Women and girls in the field as defenders, keepers, and users of biodiversity are waiting for us to make transformative decisions and act boldly. Their contributions, knowledge, practices, and aspirations for biodiversity need to be recognized and their rights guaranteed. We thank all actors involved for their hard work and constructive dialogue to develop the Gender Plan of Action. This instrument needs to be applied in a collaborative manner at all levels of government, hand in hand with women and girls in all their diversities in their territories. We look forward to this adoption at COP15. Gender-based violence related to the environment must be stopped and eradicated. Access to justice and information should be secured, and the safety of environmental human rights defenders, many of whom are women, must be ensured. No element in the GBF, nor in any biodiversity-related policy, planning and implementation can lead to violence or conflict. This means that all targets need to fully respect the rights of IPLCs and women, including the rights to free, prior and informed consent, and to govern their traditional territories. We commend parties for recommending the integration of gender considerations in a few targets, but we deplore that too many targets and the proposed indicators are still gender-blind. This has to be improved if the GBF is to be compatible with the Gender Plan of Action. Women's rights are human rights, and this needs to be effectively and duly translated into the goals, targets and indicators, strategic approaches, and the monitoring and review of the post-2020 GBF. The Women's Caucus strongly supports a standalone target on gender equality for a comprehensive approach and accountable implementation of the GBF. This target is now being supported by many parties and observers. A standalone target would send a clear signal that women and girls' rights are a fundamental prerequisite and part of effective biodiversity action. It would drive action towards gender priorities, ensure that parties consider this target in their planning processes, and that they monitor and report on progress. The women and girls of the world expect much from all of you, all of us. Can we count on you to be the next gender champion to ensure that the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework will be truly transformative? Thanks.
Thank you, representative of women. I give the floor to the youth.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. We thank the chairs and co-leads, the Secretariat, the host country, and the parties and observers for the work we have accomplished here. We also express support for the statements of the IIFB, the Women Caucus, and the CBD Alliance. Dear delegates, we recognize that time and patience are vital to rebuild trust, open up space for dialogue, and humanize this process, and that although slowly, progress has been achieved in this sense. Many parties have supported the rights holders represented here that have been calling for a GBF that integrates rights-based approaches and intergenerational equity throughout the mission, goals, targets, and their monitoring and implementation. Rights holders of biodiversity are at the front lines of defending it, with their existence and futures intrinsically dependent on it. Yet, their roles and contributions are at risk of being sidelined. After an intense 2.5 weeks, we have still not had in-depth discussions on Target 21, when representatives from these impacted groups have stretched resources to participate in these delayed processes. In Target 21, we have the opportunity to honor commitment with real transformation, to decide whether the rights and key contributions to implementation by indigenous peoples and local communities, women and girls, and children and youth will finally be meaningfully recognized and monitored, or will continue to be ignored. This target should be a strong call to make the invisible visible. Furthermore, if our basic rights are not fulfilled, if we don't have access to quality information, meaningful participation mechanisms, and justice in environmental matters, we cannot expect that biodiversity will be conserved and managed sustainably. Delegates, these weeks, we watched as our pleas for an inclusive, rights-based, and transformative framework were slowly trapped between brackets. Elements that are undeniable according to the best available knowledge were dismissed, watered down, and made conditional. And we heard many vague terms that disguised the same unfair and oppressive business as usual. How can we simply replace centuries of inequalities and oppression with net benefits and promises of a positive future? How can we even think that a poor imitation or replacement of the web of life could offset the future of generations to come? You have the responsibility to ensure that our rights are fulfilled based on international commitments and legal obligations you have agreed upon. Finally, delegates, as the youth constituency, the Global Youth Biodiversity Network channeled our needs, challenges, and aspirations into clear text suggestions from the virtual sessions to today. We have also displayed these messages in our colorful and hopeful painting that you have seen in the halls. And so as you walk out of the conference venue, pass by the painting that is outside this plenary room, take the time to really look at it. It represents the basic ingredients needed to enable transformations in our economic systems, society, governance, and technology. These are intergenerational equity, transformative education, rights-based approaches, land tenure rights, full and effective participation of rights holders, underpinned by adequate and accessible provision of resources and capacities. As you see these messages in the painting, let's ask ourselves what we can do, what we must do to bring everybody on the path to transformative change, leaving no one behind. Thank you, co-chairs.
Thank you, representative of the youth. I now have two speakers here. CBD Alliance, I think maybe microphone number 245, and then TNC could be 246. So CBD Alliance, you have the floor.
Shall we change? Shall we switch?
Should we switch?
Yeah. It's this other mic.
This mic.
Yeah, we should switch.
Wrong mic.
Okay, we'll get back maybe. Can I now give the...
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I have already the mic, the correct mic. As you mentioned, I'm speaking on behalf of the CBD Alliance. And let me begin by expressing our support to the statements made by IFB, the Women's Caucus, and Gabon, and reiterate our solidarity with all victims of wars and conflicts, present and past, because wars destroy human lives and biodiversity. As civil society, we're concerned about the following. Despite weeks of online and in-person meetings, parties have not had time to properly negotiate texts on goals and targets, and the linkages between them and the 2050 vision. Texts still look like Christmas trees full of brackets without substantial progress on core problems. We warn against attempts to undermine the text of the convention, such as attempts in Target 17 to renegotiate important principles. We call on parties to declare a biodiversity crisis and ensure the GBF will hold and reverse biodiversity laws as a matter of planetary urgency. The Mainstreaming Action Plan should be central to GBF, but it proposes measures that will increase the biodiversity crisis and that have never even been discussed at all. Neither has marine and coastal biodiversity, even though deep seabed mining poses a major risk to global marine ecosystems. There is too much emphasis on false solutions, such as nature-based solutions and net approaches, and too little on stopping the drivers of biodiversity loss. In Target 15, businesses are allowed to self-regulate, while in 16, people are left without equitable regulatory frameworks to enable them to address consumption issues. So as civil society, for the road ahead, we expect the following: that the GBF to address the drivers of biodiversity loss as a priority, including regulating the economic interests that exploit biodiversity. A human rights-based approach, including the recognition of the key role of IPLCs in area-based conservation and restoration, based upon equitable, gender-just governance and respect for their rights to free, prior, and informed consent. A gender-responsive framework, including a standalone target on gender, integration of gender in key targets and related indicators, and a recognition of all genders. Alignment of all policies and financial flows with the GBF, elimination of all perverse incentives, providing financial resources in accordance with Article 20 of the Convention, and strengthening non-monetary means of implementations are all crucial. However, we see alarmingly little ambition on parties for mechanisms to implement any of this. Let us remind you that the whole world is watching and we will be accountable for our actions. We must deliver properly, considering the level of the biodiversity crisis we brought ourselves into. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, CBD Alliance. Now the floor is given to TNC. It is microphone number 246.
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair. This statement is on behalf of BirdLife, CI, Client Earth, WCS, WWF, ZSL, and TNC. We ask that the record reflect this as a joint statement. We wish to thank parties and all stakeholders for working incredibly hard these past 2.5 weeks, genuinely around the clock. For us, the most positive outcome has been to see the concept of a clear, nature-positive mission for the GBF gaining support. We must halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. We are also encouraged by the increasing recognition of the pivotal role of IPLCs in the conservation of biodiversity. Ensuring a human rights-based approach, including free, prior, and informed consent, and securing IPLC rights to lands, waters, territories, and resources is essential. That said, while there have also been some robust proposals regarding goals and targets for species, ecosystems, and ecological integrity, protected areas, and OECMs, overall, limited progress has been made. Most of the text remains in brackets. We are also concerned that many targets do not yet include clear, actionable, and measurable commitments that will actually deliver what is required to move us towards a nature-positive world. Urgent efforts are required to finalize a comprehensive draft framework in June. We must work together both before and during these meetings to unblock politically difficult issues such as resource mobilization. Significantly more finance is clearly needed as part of a comprehensive resource mobilization package. Work on the monitoring framework and implementation mechanisms must also progress at speed. We and other NGOs stand ready to work with parties and other stakeholders to refine the text and, critically, to work with all stakeholders on implementation. There is very little time left. It's 2022, and it will be nearly 2023 by COP15. We need to focus on turning our words into actions. For years, we've been urging governments around the world to address the biodiversity crisis, to stand up for their communities, their economies, and the planet with real action. The time to be courageous, work together, and show leadership is now. Thank you.
Thank you, TNC. These are now my last speakers before we go to the next speaker. This is subnational, microphone 251, business 252, OHCHR 755, and academic and research 254. So we now give the floor to subnational, microphone 251.
Thank you, co-chairs. I address you on behalf of the subnational and local governments group. We welcome the increased recognition given to the role of our constituencies throughout these negotiations. This significantly strengthens the whole of government approach and will ensure subnational and local government commitments towards the GBF and its implementation. It will leverage and accelerate the biodiversity actions that are already taking place at subnational and local levels. We welcome the new BBIS section as it clearly states the importance of the whole of government approach, and we look forward to contributing to its forthcoming discussions. The progress achieved in raising the contribution of subnational governments, cities, and other local authorities within the framework are well aligned with the Edinburgh Declaration. We thus take the opportunity to ask parties to formally endorse the Edinburgh Declaration and to invite their local and subnational governments to sign it before COP15. Delegates, now more than ever, we have to work together to write a new chapter in our history. We have to think and act as citizens of the world. It is our responsibility. Let's give ourselves the best chance to succeed together. Subnational and local governments stand ready to help the parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Subnational. I'll now give the floor to business, microphone number 252.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. My name is Eva Zabe. I am the Executive Director of Business for Nature. I am making this statement on behalf of our coalition, which includes partners like the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, the World Economic Forum, and the International Chamber of Commerce. We would like to thank the CBD Secretariat, the Presidency, the co-chairs, and the co-leads for creating the space to listen to the views and perspectives of all observers, including business. Did you know that during the past 2.5 weeks, representatives from over 35 businesses were here in Geneva to follow and support the negotiations? Why? Because all of us rely on a healthy planet. All economic activity relies on nature, yet nature is at a tipping point. Leading businesses are asking you to be ambitious. More than 1,000 companies are calling on governments to adopt policies now to reverse nature loss by 2030. There is clearly a lot of energy, enthusiasm, and stamina in this room, but the negotiations so far have not reflected the right level of ambition. They have not reflected the sense of urgency that science demands. Leading businesses are asking you to use the GBF to send a clear signal that business as usual is over. Voluntary actions by business are not enough. You as government leaders have the power and responsibility to reset the rules. A regulatory framework and enabling environment is necessary now to scale up and speed up business action. So what can you do in the GBF? Number one, adopt a mission that sets the direction for everyone to work towards halting and reversing biodiversity loss by 2030 for a nature-positive world. 2, adopt a Target 15 that includes mandatory requirements for business to assess and disclose their impacts and dependencies on nature and incentivizes them to reduce their negative impacts by 50% across operations and value chains. And 3, adopt a Target 18 that commits to reforming all environmentally harmful subsidies. Governments must stop unintentionally financing harmful practices and instead implement positive incentives for nature. An increasing number of companies are committed to show leadership on nature because they know it is good for the planet, good for people, and good for business. It's time to transform the regulatory and financial systems to recognize our shared accountability and responsibility to achieve a nature-positive world. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, business. I now give the floor to OHCHR, microphone number 755.
Thank you, Chair. I speak on behalf of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. In October 2021, the Human Rights Council adopted Resolution 48/13, which recognizes that a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a human right. Hosting these negotiations in Geneva provided an opportunity to reflect on the importance of this landmark resolution, which articulates the interconnectedness between human rights and the environment. Parties and observers seized the opportunity, putting forward constructive proposals to integrate human rights in the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, its monitoring framework, and gender plan of action, among others. As these negotiations continue, OHCHR urges you to consider these proposals both as a matter of legal obligation and a fundamental prerequisite for effective action to protect all life on our planet. Biodiversity is necessary for the full enjoyment of a wide range of human rights, including the rights to life, health, food, water, decent work, culture, development, and a healthy environment. Human rights and the human rights-based approach should, therefore, be mainstreamed throughout the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and related decisions of the subsidiary bodies. OHCHR urges states to adopt a framework that recognizes the fulfillment of human rights as a fundamental objective through their inclusion in Goal B. We call for respect for the rights of Indigenous peoples and local communities in the implementation of all measures under the framework, including through specific commitments and relevant targets. We urge parties to strengthen Target 15 by committing, in line with the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, to the accountability of businesses for their human rights responsibilities related to biodiversity. And we call for Target 21 to reflect a commitment to respect, protect, and fulfill all human rights in the implementation of the framework, including in particular the rights to participation, access to information, and access to justice, as well as the protection of environmental human rights defenders. Positive human rights and conservation outcomes are not possible without the full and equal participation of all people, including women, children, Indigenous peoples, local communities, and persons in vulnerable situations. As you have heard clearly from the observers who spoke before me, a successful outcome of these negotiations requires that human rights be reflected in the process related to the negotiations, the framework itself and its outcomes, and its future implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, OHCHR. I now give the floor to Academic and Research, microphone number 254.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Esteemed delegates, I speak on behalf of the University of Cambridge Conservation Leadership Alumni Network. We wish to stress that the ongoing loss of biodiversity is a crisis, one that threatens all lives on Earth. Failure to address will risk our social, financial, and economic stability. We therefore ask parties to acknowledge this crisis, to be accountable, and to act urgently and collaboratively to ensure we stay within planetary boundaries. The root causes of the biodiversity crisis must be addressed. As part of the solution, we suggest developing and implementing an alternative, more inclusive global measure to GDP, one that integrates biodiversity and human well-being, reflecting the reality of their intrinsic linkages. This would function as the ultimate mainstreaming tool. We also need to better understand the structure of the framework and the interlinkages between targets and goals, including how they can translate to national actions and how they aggregate to meeting the 2050 vision. There is a need to use the intersessional period to further reflect on this. Finally, as both 2030 and 2050 are further down the road, we should reflect the urgency of the actions needed, including means of implementation. One way could be to set up annual stepping stones or commitments by parties to achieve and celebrate progress and communicate success. We ask you to acknowledge, act, and to be accountable as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Academic and Research. Dear delegates, I now have the pleasure to invite Ms. Zhou Gumei from China, who will address us on behalf of the COP15 presidency. Madam President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Excellencies, Executive Secretary Ms. Marima, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as the representative of His Excellency Mr. Huang Renqiu, President of COP15 of CBD, I wish to have the pleasure to convey my minister's warmest regards and congratulations to you on the successful conclusion of the Geneva meetings. the resumed session of the 24th meeting of the SBSTA, the third meeting of the SBI, and the third meeting of the open-ended working group on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. As we close these important meetings, I want to thank our hosts here in Switzerland, as well as all the participants who contributed their invaluable insights and perspectives on delivering an ambitious, pragmatic, and balanced post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, as called for by the Kunming Declaration adopted as the first part of COP15. May I also offer my sincere thanks to the chairs of the subsidiary bodies, Mr. Ezequiel Benitez Diaz of Mexico, the chair of SBSTA, and Ms. Charlotta Solquist of Sweden, the chair of SBI, along with the co-chairs of the working group, Mr. Francis Ogwa of Uganda and Mr. Basil Van Havre of Canada, as well as each and every co-lead. Friends of chair, you have facilitated a broad range of perspectives and helped lead us to truly productive discussions. You have inspired confidence and trust with your transparent and inclusive approach, and I'm confident your leadership will bring us all the success as we continue our journey to COP15 in Kunming, China. My thanks also go to the capable and committed secretariat staff led by Ms. Morima and all those who have made this meeting possible. Distinguished delegates, you have, through our tireless work over the last 2.5 weeks, sent a strong political signal to the world and renewed public confidence that COP15 under the theme of ecological civilization, building a shared future for all life on Earth, will be a success with the adoption of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, which will re-energize the global effort to safeguard the world's biodiversity. The adoption of a post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework will serve as an integral part of the growing global movement to construct a global ecological civilization that conserves and protects biodiversity. At UNFCCC COP26 and the recently concluded meeting of the United Nations Environmental Assembly, we saw a significant call to action for biodiversity. China has also taken significant actions on the global stage by establishing the Kunming Biodiversity Fund to help implement the new framework and support biodiversity protection in developing countries, and also proposed the Global Development Initiative with green development as one of the major components. These global efforts signal that we should join hands and follow the philosophy of ecological civilization and shoulder our responsibility for future generations. I therefore urge you all to continue your efforts to build consensus, ensure the adoption and the implementation of a post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, facilitate the necessary transition to bend the curve of biodiversity loss, and place biodiversity and place the biodiversity on the path to recovery by 2030. Together, we can realize the conservation, sustainable use, and the benefit sharing of biodiversity, as well as the vision of living in harmony with nature by 2050. Now, in Geneva, and then Nairobi, and finally in Kunming, we entertain with the spirit of consensus here in Geneva, the city of consensus, and then be re-energized in headquarters of UN Environment. And let's embrace with open arms the joy of success in Kunming, capital city of biodiversity. Yes, indeed. We have been waiting for you with the full success of COP15 for more than 2 years. Dear all, welcome to beautiful Kunming City, China in the coming months. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you very much. The spirit of Nairobi, the spirit of Kunming is getting closer, I believe. Dear delegates, on behalf of the working group, would like to thank you, Madam President, for your ongoing efforts in support of the convention. May we offer our sincere thanks for the excellent leadership and guidance the government of China has provided while serving as the COP15 presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the very end of things now, and we are going to be giving a brief closing remarks as co-chairs. Then Jyoti will give some announcement, and then we will gather this meeting together as co-chairs. But also we shall take a brief bow to thank you for what you've done. So, co-chair, please.
Thank you. Dear delegates, it has been a long 2.5-week meeting. We know everyone is tired, and so are we. However, we made a noticeable progress, which gets us closer to be in a position to adopt an ambitious post-2020 global biodiversity frameworks at COP15. None of us could have anticipated the vastness of the work that would be going into developing this framework. Yet, we're rejoiced and humbled by your efforts, dedication, and flexibility. No one said this would be easy. And how could it be when we consider what it has takes and the tremendous transformation human society need to undergo to achieve the objective we have? We have accomplished 2 important milestones at this meeting. First, this draft is not ours anymore. It is yours. And we're very happy about that. A process that is reflecting the needs of the parties, and a process that will only stop when we will deliver collectively the final package to the COP. Second, you have started the process of negotiation. And while the journey will be long, it is the first step that is the most difficult. You have also reconnected with each other, started to build or rebuild trust and relation, and that will be critical for the next step. Some may say that this meeting was slow and that we did not make enough progress, but we, the co-chair, hold a different view. While Francis and I may have underestimated the time you needed, we can see the progress made, and the road ahead of us is increasingly clearer. We can see in the distance the city lights of Kunming, and this road is not a long and winding road.
Finally, delegates, we look forward to meeting you all in June, back in Nairobi, where it all started in August 2019 with the first meeting of the working group. Let us now rest, reflect on what we have accomplished here, and consider where we want to be at the COP in Kunming and how we want to allocate our time and effort in the interim and in Nairobi. We are getting into a very different phase of the process, one that will require listening and flexibility. The fourth meeting of the working group in Nairobi will help us to focus more on compromise and understanding, rather than on making your positions known. I think we've done that here. We realize this is a difficult and humbling process, but we know that you're up to it. In conclusion, you can continue to count on our dedication, our engagement, and our energy. It is a pleasure and an honor to be working with you, and we are looking forward to the months ahead. Distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of our meeting. We would like to once again thank everyone for their support and active participation, including IPLCs, women, youth, business, NGOs, and all of you, in case I may have not listed you here. The Secretariat, interpreters, our host, Switzerland, support staff, and security staff throughout the building who have always, or who greeted us every morning, every early morning here with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, before I close the meeting, let me invite the Secretariat to make some announcements, and then we will proceed to gaveling the closure of this meeting together with my co-chair. Secretariat.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Just to let you know that a survey will be emailed to all delegates after the closure of the meeting. We encourage you to respond to it, as it greatly helps us improve our support to you. Please dispose of your secondary badge in the recycle bin as you're leaving the building. And delegates are kindly reminded to ensure that they satisfy all COVID measures required for their destination and transit points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretariat. Dear delegates, it is now an honor for us as co-chairs to tell you that this meeting is closed.